Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The pre-show will begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Board and General Counsel of the White House Correspondents Association. Attorney Simon Lakovich. Sarah Cook of CBS News. Andy Hardick from Getty Images. Mark Lima of CBS News. Jackie Heinrich of Fox News. From Bloomberg, Justin Sink. The White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt. From ABC News, Karen Travers. Trevor Honeycutt from Reuters. Courtney Subramanian from Bloomberg News. From Time Magazine, Brian Bennett. And join us in welcoming the President of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang. The headliner for this evening, mentalist Oz Perlman. And now please welcome the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady, Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the nation's colors presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, and please remain standing for our national anthem performed by the U.S. Marine Band.
last sleeping, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang.
Welcome. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thank you to the President's own Marine Corps Band, led by Drum Major Master Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Williams and vocalist Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier. Good evening to everyone. President Trump, Madam First Lady, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you for being here. It is meaningful that you're with us tonight. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, thank you for everything you and your team does to work with us every day, whether you like it or not. I'm biased, but covering the White House is the best assignment in all of journalism. We have the privilege of covering the biggest story in the world every single day. The speed is exhilarating, demanding, and it offers a critical public service. Strong journalism benefits the entire country. Tonight, we will celebrate the exceptional work you have done and toast a group of promising students who want to follow your lead. Of course, at the heart of both of those things is the importance of the First Amendment. I want to take a moment to recognize some important people who helped me tackle this job and who helped make this night possible. First, to the members of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to lead. It is an honor and a privilege. Thank you to my advisor in this role, Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News. And to the other past WHCA presidents who have helped me navigate challenges. To my CBS News bosses, Tom Sobrowski, Barry Weiss, Mark Lima, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and support. To the relentless CBS News team, especially the White House unit, I am grateful to call you not just colleagues, but friends. And thanks to the mentors and other friends who have kept me balanced this year and always. And of course, to my family. In a world full of chaos, you are my calm, and I love you. We have a big night ahead, and we're going to get started now. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Check, check.
Richard, it's you. Hey, it's the car. Tell him you're on Mo's camera. I'm on Mo's camera. I got it. I'm on Mo's camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be with you shortly. Please stand by. We'll have an announcement in just a minute, but we will be resuming shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm ready. We're in both head.
Yes. Are you hanging up on Sam's phone?
No.
Don't hang up on him. No, he said they're going to call you back. I know.
I'm calling Richard Sullivan. Tell Richard he has to conference in the phoner.
Okay. Gotcha. So, Peter, here's the situation where we are. Just a few minutes ago, Peter, they were telling people to leave through those doors, the doors to the stage right, and many of the reporters started moving towards the doors. And then they came out and made an announcement that they're going to be resuming the program shortly. So it's unclear if the White House Correspondents' Dinner is going to continue. Obviously, all the dignitaries, the president is not here, J.D. Vance is not here, the cabinet secretary is not here. Many of those folks with security personnel have been rushed out of the building. Wei Zhang speaking now.
We have an announcement. I know everyone's going to want as many details as possible, and right now we don't have that, but I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily. We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Shared with us is that the program is going to be resuming momentarily. They'll have more details to share about what happened. She acknowledged that reporters in the room have a lot of questions. There's a lot of discussion about what's going on and a lot of details that are just being passed by word of mouth. Perhaps, Peter, you have more information at this point than I do. did.
Sam James,
So we're told that the program is going to continue. I don't know if you heard Wei Zhejiang. She made that announcement. You're right. The seal is still on the podium. Just a few minutes ago, probably about 10 minutes at this point, they were trying to get all the reporters to leave out of the door behind me. I don't know if you saw the shot, and many of the reporters did. But as that was happening, one of the members of the White House Correspondents Association came out and said that the dinner is going to continue. And then you heard Wei Zhejiang saying that everybody obviously wants more information. She'll have some more information, but they're getting a signal now that it seems like the program is going to continue, Peter. I am, Peter. It's still pretty cool, Peter. I would say the part of the room that emptied out was the room that, or part of the room that was closest to that entrance that they opened and was telling everybody to leave. So all those tables are empty behind me. But if you switch this camera around, everybody is still at the tables to the center and on the left side of the hall.
How well do you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, Peter. They were coming through, knocking chairs out of the way.
John,
They weren't real concerned about tables or glasses, obviously. But there was a decent amount of tables and chairs that had been flipped. I only saw one person who was being carried out who seemed to have some sort of leg issue. I don't know if that happened with the Secret Service member leaping over them or leaping on them. But one person was injured leaving, and they were escorted out by a Secret Service member with a gun.
I put it in, so they may be setting the prompter up.
going in and out. I'm not hearing programming anymore. Yes.
Just get your Pastor John for a report, and I'll cue him, okay? Richard, you need to cue him.
I'm still with you, Peter. Yeah, I can hear you. Peter, so we've turned our camera down around 180 degrees. Before you were looking at me towards the emptier side of the room. You can see behind me that most of the room, most of the reporters and the folks here are still waiting around because of that announcement. Empty. The reporters and the folks sitting close to the door, everybody out. Everybody out. Yeah, Peter. So, Peter, behind me is the stage, obviously, so this is a different shot of the stage from what you're used to. But as you said, they haven't taken the president's plaque off the podium, and there's been some movement on stage. There's been no movement, I'll say, at the dinner tables. There have been some of the wait staff that has come out and removed the salad course. I don't know if that means they're going to continue serving with the course, but if they're doing that, it's maybe a sign that they plan to continue with the dinner, and we're just watching what happens here. He's back on camera. He's back on camera. Sam, don't go far with that phone. Peter, it's literally a lot of waiting right now, trying to figure out what to do. The reporters in the room obviously don't want to leave. It's just kind of the nature of reporters who want to see what happens. It's a lot of checking phones, checking in with family members, people asking if they're okay, people asking if other people have information. But like I said, there's also people popping some of the bottles of wine that hadn't been opened yet. I think people trying to relax after an obviously stressful time just about 45 minutes ago. Yes, Peter, thank you. No, Peter, it's what the heck is going on. We were talking about it afterwards. I thought a table got tipped over at first. It wasn't a distinct pop, 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 pop. It was more of a bang, 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 bang. I don't know if that makes sense, but it wasn't what I expected. What a bullet sound would sound like. But apparently, it happened through the doors and upstairs, so maybe that's part of the muffling from what we heard in the room, which is why everyone's reaction was, I think, a little bit slower of like, is that what we thought it was? There were people... Yeah, it's about 2 stairwells down. You come into the lobby. You saw where our red carpet coverage was, Peter. That same floor is the lobby area. You go past where the red carpet was. You take a left. You go through magnetometers, dogs. I assume bomb-sticking dogs, that sort of thing. We had to go through all of that in the lobby, and then you go down 2 levels, and that's the height of this room that you can see to get to where we are, which is why cell service isn't right down here. But if this happened in that area, it's more understandable why things were muffled up there. And the people in the back of the rooms, the one closest to the doors, were the ones that reacted first. The doors were open. I saw 1 or 2 people sort of leap over the banister in the back of the room, and that's when people started ducking under tables, and then the Secret Service came in.
Tom.
Hey, I'm here. I just lost it.
I'm going to give you a different set of earbuds.
Sure.
Okay. Say hi to Wade, and then let's call him. We're going to call back again on your phone because my battery's gone. Ready? Oh. No. Here's the phone number. 202-748-8003.
No. you talk about what you know at this point and what you've heard.
So what I know is that we were seated on the upper rim of the ballroom, and we heard a succession of pops, it sounded like, an apparent gun shooting. We saw folks get down to the ground, and after those shots rung out, I actually looked at the dais, and I saw President Trump, and he hadn't yet been evacuated. This, of course, just happened a couple of seconds after. It was really quick timing. Secret Service moved to remove him from the room, and then we saw them trying to basically climb over the tables.
Right.
And if folks can see the room, the tables are pretty close together. People were seated, some on the ground, but really questioning what was happening. It was a confusing time. I talked to some officials down in the bowl here, and they said they actually didn't hear pops. And so it was a lot of confusion. I talked to one administration official who said the first thing that they heard, they were seated closer to the stage, was the sound of running, not actually the pop. So everyone's kind of hearing something different inside of the room. But you saw the Secret Service agents climbing over the tables, trying to remove the cabinet officials. We saw Secretary of HHS, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. being removed. Marco Rubio, they were trying to find him in the ballroom being removed. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, being removed.
All these individual details.
All of these folks being removed. And I mean, just for folks to witness it, obviously we have these cameras running, but it both felt like it happened so quickly, and also it took a lot of time because of the formation of these tables.
Have you gotten any information more than we've heard from Wei Zhejiang about this continuing? What we know was the announcement saying this will continue in some way, and we also heard that the president wants to come back.
Yeah, so we have heard that the president wants to come back. Our sourcing, some say that he is confirmed to come back, some say that he wants to come back. But obviously, I talked to one administration official still left in the room tonight who said that whether or not he does come back because of Secret Service, they believe that he wants to come back because this would now be his third assassination attempt. And this would be a moment for him to be president and show America that he is still here. Of course, the question of whether or not Secret Service wants him back in the room, whether or not it would be okay, whether or not they feel, we've heard that they believe that their threat is neutralized, but whether or not Secret Service feels confident enough to put him back in the room is one thing, but we have heard that he wants to be back.
Peter, I just heard you. You're heading out? Jasmine, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
This mic is not working. Peter said it's not.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have your attention, please be seated. The program will resume. Dinner service will begin momentarily. We appreciate your patience. Please take your seats. The program will begin. Wisha will be at the podium shortly. Dinner service will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have your attention, please take your seat. Dinner service will begin momentarily. We will have an update from the podium. Please take your seat. Thank you so much. We appreciate your patience.
sort of stage presentation within the next few minutes. Some of them were removing some salads earlier. In terms of what the program could be, I mean, I would imagine that Wei Zhang will try to give some details. She said a couple times now, we want to know what happened, we have more information. It seems like the president has to say something. I think they're going to go for the full program, awards, and all the media and odes. I don't think so. I think they want to do something. This is a celebration of the First Amendment. This is, the freedom of the press and the freedom of the press not being intimidated by what's happening. Somebody wants to do that is now the priority. I guess that's the priority of the First Amendment Association. This works fine. Tell them to come to me. Yeah, Peter, I know you've talked about the presidential seal on the podium. There was a staff member who just came up and took it off. Look now, I don't know if it's shot directly, but the presidential seal is no longer on the podium. Perhaps a sign that the president may not be coming back out. He said in that True Social post that, of course, you'll let law enforcement make a final decision. Maybe that means they made the decision now. But literally, just about 15 seconds ago, somebody came up, took that seal off the podium. Again, they made the announcement that the reporters in the room will sit down. Nobody really is. But they promised that the program will continue in some way, but maybe it's going to continue now.
This is a room full of reporters, so I know you've already seen the president's tweet. My apologies, his post on Truth Social. And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe. The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to continue despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are. I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do. So, thank God everybody is safe, and thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attendance this evening. We ask that you please leave the building safely. We wish you a good evening. Again, please exit the building safely. Have a good evening.
If there is any members of Congress in attendance, can you please come to the center stage? Thank you. Again, any members of Congress, please come to the center stage. Thank you very much.
He's going to go listen for a second. All right, Mo, he's coming back. Tell him something. I think they're still having trouble hearing you. Sam, they said they're done with me. Okay. All right, I'm going back to Sam. You had an email? Oh, she does. I hope it works. I hope it works out and you got my video for whatever it's worth. Okay, it's really good. Guys. Oh, yeah. Look at TV guy. Yeah. Yes. I wish we had met under better circumstances. Well, so been promoting it, so Peter and I have done spring book cruise where we can promote it. No, Mr. Book Cruise. Tell Peter that. Yeah, do you have? I actually don't have one. Usually don't. Washington. The Washington Post does I don't get to sit down for trying to read this and what they power on another again. Well, I chatting with her on the red carpet. What's ABC News? I will send you the York Trump. Yes. Oh. We're here. That's what we do. And literally don't actually get a book.
那么刚才我们是被主办方通知说还是要撤离现场。那本来他们是想把这个晚会呢重新再开起来，但是呢主办方后来出来说，因为安保的要求，他们要求终止这场晚会了。那大家也看到了，在晚宴开始的10到15分钟之后呢，是传来了阵阵枪击声。那大家也是马上卧倒，尽量的找掩体。那当时川普总统还有副总统万斯以及内阁成员呢是被马上疏散了。那但是呢，大部分人当时是留在了会场。其实大家都现在仍然心情非常的震惊，毕竟呢是在一个非常密闭的环境，然后非常多人几千人在同一个会场的情况，然后看到特勤人员就从会场的后方冲进来，想要去把在会场中跟我们坐在一起的那个成员高官们，想把他们给掩护出去。所以说当时大家很长一段时间其实都不知道究竟是否有人员伤亡的情况但是目前呢大家还是被告知需要疏散。那么刚才主办方也通知我们说，川普总统他想把这个晚宴再开下去，但是安保要求说不行，大家就是还是今天不行，这个情况还是比较严峻。那么现在呢，可以看到我们在外面呢有很多警车，天空上呢也有直升机在巡逻，大家可以看到天空上的闪光，有直升机在巡逻。那么周围呢其实一直都是警戒的状态但是我们现在就要徒步往外走。那我们其实大家都是穿着晚礼服、燕尾服、高跟鞋，那现在就是要往外走了。今天晚上呢是一个非常令人震惊的情况。那就像我们刚才也提到了，我是在川普总统第一次被将近刺杀的现场巴特勒呢也经历过类似的情况，枪声响，总统撤离，群众紧急疏散。那么今天呢很相似的事情又重演了一遍，但是幸亏这次总统呢并没有大碍。那么也会继续呢从白宫以及其他的地方为大家带来最新的报道。那川普总统宣布呢，他会将马上在白宫召开记者会。可以想象白宫现在已经是水泄不通了，所以说 wish me luck， 我们可以尽快的还是往那边赶。大家可能会看到第一次白宫简报会里面大家都穿着晚礼服，那因为大家可能都从这个晚宴上赶过去。这是一个非常令人震惊的时刻，但是那幸亏大家这一次是至少在宾客中以及主要的政府成员中是完全没有伤亡的情况。那我们也会后续为大家带来最新的报道。
He's got you covered. He turns around and so do you pass me covered? Show it to you, see like the roof. Love it. I don't have my glass on. Neither do you. I don't even have my glass on. He's printing like just because it goes over. You can tell, I'll show you.
Oh, Kate's going to do that.
Okay.
And Kate has.
Great.
Oh, hey.
And good evening. We do have some breaking news tonight. A shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. That's after reports of gunfire at the event. A gunman entered the Washington Hilton, rushed past a magnetometer, and opened fire, striking a Secret Service agent in the vest. The agent is okay, and the suspect has been detained but not yet identified. Officials say President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and all cabinet members are safe. And reports just in indicate that law enforcement responded to a possible shooter at the Washington Hilton, though details about the suspect remain unclear at this hour. Several high-profile officials were in attendance, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, FBI Director Kash Patel, Caroline Leavitt, and other members of the Trump administration. The president says law enforcement ordered an evacuation, and a press conference is expected from the White House momentarily. The hotel is a historically significant location. It's the same site where President Ronald Reagan survived an assassination attempt back in 1981. And there on screen, we are waiting for that press conference to kick off any minute now. This is a breaking news event. There's a lot happening here. We actually had our own people inside that correspondents' dinner. Steve Lance from Capitol Report in D.C., Mario Otso, our White House correspondent, Iris Tao, our other White House correspondent who you heard on the phone earlier there, and other members. So we'll keep you updated as more information comes in. Right now, we are waiting for that press conference. We are expecting President Trump to speak and address the nation very shortly. So we'll bring you that as that happens.
I'm a Daily Wire.
Okay, can I get a white belt for sure? Sorry. So tell me, what happened? Would you say?
Man, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden we heard a few loud bangs, and it's hard to tell immediately, but then a bunch of people came sprinting into the room, and we saw everybody getting rushed out, Donald Trump first, and that's when it became pretty obvious what was going on, and every single person around me just jumped under a table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to Reuters right now.
Anyway, so tell me, is this how you expected it to end?
I mean, it's a ridiculous question. No, obviously not.
Yeah.
This is one of the best nights of the year for reporters.
Zit in de kamer? Are you hot right too? No, we can't go back inside. We can't get in. We're locked up. Are you raining? We can't go back in there. We're locked up. Yeah, we're in there. Don't get back in.
They locked out out of your room is stable. So it ain't your fault.
Yeah, come on. I was in the left. What do you want to Yes, sir. Next to maybe on the way back, okay? Yeah, yeah, cool. I'll be here all night. Fine.
Yeah, you were upstairs. Did we hear the shot? So, no, so actually the sound was pretty good in there, right? So you, to hear the shots, you would have to actually do it. So by the time they were shooting, we had already left. The security, I have questions about. I'm not sure if they knew the president was going to be there, but I don't think that they were really prepared for the president. It didn't seem like that. It seemed like they were more prepared for the president's reception, like they said they were going to be. As far as like the security, yeah, I do have questions. It's like, hey, look, show your tickets. Some of the people that came there, they were just able to show like email that was printed off. Which we got invited via email, so yeah. No. So you would assume there would be, right? But I don't think there would be. So really, I was glad to report down there that we had all
And while we wait for that press conference to start momentarily, we'll keep you updated with what has been happening. President Trump has been posting a couple things on Truth Social. In one post, after the situation settled, President Trump said that law enforcement ordered attendees to leave the venue. He added that he plans to hold a press conference shortly. There you see on screen as we're waiting for that. Now, the president adds that the First Lady, Vice President, and all cabinet members are safe. And he says the event will be rescheduled within 30 days. And in an earlier post, the president praised Secret Service and law enforcement for what he called a quick and brave response. President Trump added that the suspected shooter has been apprehended. He also indicated he suggested continuing the event, but says officials will ultimately decide how to respond. Of course, it's an ongoing situation there. We will bring you more. As you can see, there's some activity in the room there as we await that press conference supposed to start very quickly, momentarily there. And again, we did have our own people inside the room. You've actually seen some of the posts there. Our White House correspondents, Iris Tao and Mario Tsu, both posting on X about their experiences being in the room. We have other people who were there as well. Steve Land's Capitol Report, our DC bureau, many of the members were there in the room. So We'll bring you more information as it develops. Right now, though, it seems that the president and all the cabinet members and our own people are safe. So we'll keep you updated, especially with that press conference that is expected to start any minute now. So on the bottom corner, you're seeing a lot of sirens. The president is expected to show up in about 2 minutes. So if you're seeing more activity there, could be coming in, as in the president. We are waiting for that speech to start any minute now. We'll be bringing it to you live. We are hearing that it will start within about 2 minutes is what we're hearing right now. And right now you're seeing several of the reporters and correspondents that are getting seated as we await this press conference by President Trump that's following that shooting outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We're waiting for that speech to start any minute now. Right now there is a statement put out from the United States Secret Service regarding the shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. They wrote, quote, "The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The President and the First Lady are safe, along with all protectees. Now, one individual is in custody at this time. The condition of those involved is not yet known, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation." President Trump has praised Secret Service and law enforcement for their quick and brave response to this as it was unfolding earlier. Again, we do have our own people who were present in that room as the shots rang out, or at the sounds of the shots rang out. So again, right now you're seeing a lot of the correspondents are seated as we await the president to show up and speak to and address the nation, frankly, in any minute about what happened tonight. So we'll bring you that, as you can see on screen. Any minute now, the president will address the nation.
Everybody okay? Yes. Sorry for the hopping over the fence here.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd, there was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement. And the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. After that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. Yeah. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting. That's right. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. You know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updates on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you know, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, you know, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you
Kevin.
know any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. You know, he's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California. Yes, sir. And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything or is wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
Nothing, no. I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. service protection ability? We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps Lon as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. You know, I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. but I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
So much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our
elsewhere
country?
too. Yeah, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I see to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, can we hear from the first lady about how impactful this was? Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
One in the back, sir.
Millions of people across the globe watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on? So.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are, They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling. And they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, President Trump.
Thank you.
Glad you're okay.
And that was the president addressing the nation after a shooter opened fire very near where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was unfolding. The president, first lady, vice president, all cabinet members are safe. Our own people were actually in the room as well. NTD's Capitol Report staff, Steve Lance, the host, our White House correspondents, Iris Tao and Mario Tzu, were in the room, and some of our folks at the Epoch Times were there as well. Lots of breaking news tonight, and an emotional moment unfolded backstage at that White House Correspondents' Dinner as attendees waited for more information about the incident. Erica Kirk, wife of Charlie Kirk, was seen running through the area in tears, saying, "I just want to go home." That's according to a poll report. She was escorted out of the building as guests were being held, and security continues assessing the situation. And here's actually a clip of Janine Perot, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, describing what she experienced immediately after the incident. Take a listen.
I'm at the Washington Hilton. I've been taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way. He will be in charge as soon as he gets here.
And to recap what happened in the moment, most at the event were first alerted of danger by a loud noise from just outside the ballroom. The president in that press conference saying he was hoping it was a dish falling and not bullets. Secret Service agents then yelled "shots fired" and fanned out across the ballroom to secure the president, vice president, and other cabinet members. Now, sources report that a gunman was apprehended in the lobby when he tried to rush the metal detectors known as magnetometers. Now, the shooting took place at the Washington Hilton. It's one of the most well-known event venues in the nation's capital. President Trump has boycotted the dinner throughout his first term and also skipped it again after returning to office for his second term. Now, the last time he attended before that was in 2015. It's a major hub for high-profile events. The venue regularly hosts large national gatherings, including the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. Now, the hotel is also a historically significant location. It's the same site where President Ronald Reagan survived an assassination attempt back in 1981. And we will give you a lot more updates after a very quick break.
Introducing the Quest-Wise Soothing Herbal Eye Patches. It comes with 30 pairs and can be used to help combat tired and strained eyes. The natural herbal formula provides a cooling, minty, and refreshing effect that stimulates natural tears and awakens your tired eyes. Placing the eye patches around your eyes helps to reduce dryness and massages acupuncture points. They can be worn while reading, studying, using electronics, and provide hours of long-lasting relief.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritang green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9. The highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Puritang green vegetable omega-3.
Kids love it. Parents trust it. Obviously. Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjiong Campus courses led by expert educators. This is spectacular. Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more. Wow. All while having fun. Perfect. Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade, small-batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
And welcome back to our breaking coverage after shots were heard outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner in D.C. The president just addressed the nation about that. You heard a lot from the president, Todd Blanche, and Kash Patel, head of the FBI, on how Secret Service acted very quickly and very bravely. Many saying you saw the best and the worst of America tonight, the best being the Secret Service and the law enforcement, how quickly they acted, how bravely they acted. Todd Blanche promising that justice will be served. Now, the president saying that the actual dinner event will happen again in under 30 days, and he will make it bigger and better. And right now, the D.C. mayor is actually speaking, so let's bring in that feed.
Cox. We're here to provide you an update on the incident that took place tonight at 8:36 p.m. at the Washington Hilton at the site of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. At about that time, a sole gunman rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated. The president returned safely to the White House, as you know. We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs tonight and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved. I want to turn to the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Carroll, to provide a law enforcement update and specifics.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department.
This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondents' Dinner. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time. However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our Criminal Division, our Crisis Response Team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Kern.
Thank you. My name is Sean Kern. I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the President reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved, and I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Pirro.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who fortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police. All of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court. But make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Right here in the front, right here in the front.
That this suspect is specifically targeting the president, and is he talking to law enforcement now?
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged at checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say
question here,
there seems to have been a lack of authorization to come to this event. Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
What we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside from the Metropolitan Police Department along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
okay, right here.
Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a vehicle associated with the suspect, and are you or the FBI conducting any search warrants either on a vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're looking into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department, I can tell you that.
Right here.
There are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
Yep,
Chief,
right here.
The president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here.
Thank you so much. Do you know specifically if President Trump was a target of this attack? And can you speak to there was reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon to get into the ballroom?
Yes, so as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here.
Can you clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots? And did the uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot with?
Yeah, obviously we're only a couple hours into this incident, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured out with the ballistics. The ATF is also on scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure, I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
So will there be any changes or added measures given that this did happen?
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
Thank
Chief, is there any indication how the suspect got into the hotel? Was it a guest here? Are you searching rooms?
Sure. So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay. To jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security, but to walk in with a weapon of that caliber and get all the way to the ballroom, which is on the lower level, seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, video appears to show the president falling down during being escorted out. Was he injured at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
How many people are in the hospital?
Can you give us his name?
Not at this time. We will release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down.
How many people
in the hospital? So we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
U.S. Attorney here, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
And there was the mayor, Muriel Bowser, giving an update along with the head of the Secret Service and Perot, who is the attorney for the District of Columbia there, commenting on again how fast, how bravely and quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted. Perot saying that the checkpoints worked as they intended because the shooter never got past that into the main hall where President Trump and all of the attendees were. We will bring you more information as it comes out. Let's briefly recap what did happen, though. President Trump just gave a briefing at the White House press briefing room. He described what happened. Let's take a listen to that now.
Thank you very much. And that was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent.
And an emotional moment unfolded backstage at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as attendees waited for more information about the incident. Erica Kirk, wife of Charlie Kirk, was seen running through the area in tears, saying, "I just want to go home." That's according to a poll report. She was escorted out of the building as guests were being held, and security continues to assess the situation. And here's a clip of Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, describing what she experienced immediately after the incident. Take a listen.
I'm at the Washington Hilton. I've been taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way. He will be in charge as soon as he gets here.
And the shooting took place at the Washington Hilton. It's one of the most well-known event venues in the nation's capital. President Trump has boycotted the dinner throughout his first term and also skipped it again after returning to the office for his second term. The last time he attended before that was in 2015. It's a major hub for high-profile events. The venue regularly hosts large national gatherings, including the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. The hotel is also a historically significant location. It's the same site where President Ronald Reagan survived an assassination attempt back in 1981. And we will be bringing you more updates after a very quick break. Stay with us.
Introducing the Quest-Wise Soothing Herbal Eye Patches. It comes with 30 pairs and can be used to help combat tired and strained eyes. The natural herbal formula provides a cooling, minty, and refreshing effect that stimulates natural tears and awakens your tired eyes. Placing the eye patches around your eyes helps to reduce dryness and massages acupuncture points. They can be worn while reading, studying, using electronics, and provide hours of long-lasting relief.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritang green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9, the highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Puritang green vegetable omega-3.
Kids love it. Parents trust it. Obviously. Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjiong Campus courses led by expert educators. This is spectacular. Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more. Wow. All while having fun. Perfect. Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade, small-batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
And welcome back to our special breaking coverage of a shooting outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner in D.C. President Trump actually just gave a briefing at the White House press briefing room where he described what happened. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much. And that was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent.
And an emotional moment unfolded backstage at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as attendees waited for more information about the incident. Erica Kirk, wife of Charlie Kirk, was seen running through the area in tears, saying, "I just want to go home." That's according to a poll report. She was escorted out of the building as guests were being held, and security continues to assess the situation. And here's a clip of
I'm at the Washington Hilton. I've been taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way. He will be in charge as soon as he gets here.
And the shooting took place at the Washington Hilton. It's one of the most well-known event venues in the nation's capital. President Trump has boycotted the dinner throughout his first term and also skipped it again after returning to office for his second term. The last time he attended before that was in 2015. It's a major hub for high-profile events. The venue regularly hosts large national gatherings, including the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. The hotel is also a historically significant location. It's the same site where President Ronald Reagan survived an assassination attempt back in 1981. And we will be bringing you more updates as we get more information. We'll keep you updated right after this quick break. Stay with us.
Introducing the QuestWise Soothing Herbal Eye Patches. It comes with 30 pairs and can be used to help combat tired and strained eyes. The natural herbal formula provides a cooling, minty, and refreshing effect that stimulates natural tears and awakens your tired eyes. Placing the eye patches around your eyes helps to reduce dryness and massages acupuncture points. They can be worn while reading, studying, using electronics, and provide hours of long-lasting relief.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritang green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9, the highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Puritang green vegetable omega-3.
Kids love it. Parents trust it. Obviously. Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjiong Campus courses led by expert educators. This is spectacular. Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more. Wow. All while having fun. Perfect. Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade small-batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
And welcome back to our special breaking coverage tonight. Joining us now is Tom Smith, retired NYPD detective and former member of the FBI and NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force. He's also the host of the Gold Shield podcast. Tom, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Now, of course, it's still early hours right now. We do know so far there's 2 charges leveled against what is expected to be a lone shooter. But how are you reading what happened tonight so far?
Yeah, it's very concerning because now there's information that he actually stayed in that hotel. So that means there was a real high level of planning when it came to this. And he probably did a forwarded look into the area, into that hotel, and maybe even had an action of where this was going to take place and how he was going to do it, which is very concerning. And that's part of this whole investigation that's going to take place with going into his background and now setting some sort of a timeline up of when this began and the other contacts that his social media is certainly going to come out with.
Of course, a lot of questions right now. There's been a lot of questions on how the shooter got through. It does sound like right now, as you just mentioned, right, that seems like he was inside the hotel. Now, Pirro, the AG for District of Columbia, is saying that the checkpoints worked. We're seeing videos earlier of the shooter running there. And then you've heard, of course, President Trump's talking about the speed of Secret Service and law enforcement responding. How are you reading the speed? And of course, there's a lot of talk on that. This was the best of us that you saw on display tonight. But what's your reaction to how that unfolded?
Yeah, it certainly was. These are the men and women who protect us every single day. And this is what they're trained to do. Take on an action like this. And you saw the speed in which they got to him, they apprehended him. And then on top of that, on the other side of the door is the quick speed that they took care of that room in clearing it and getting the president out of that room in a very, very quick manner. And that's what they do. And that's why they are held in such a high regard in what happens. But when you have an individual like this who is willing to maybe exchange his life to an opportunity to take out the president, those people are the most dangerous people around. And this is what they confronted tonight.
I'm going to dig into that because so far we do have those two counts of charges: using a firearm during a crime of violence and assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. What other charges could be coming if, President Trump was the target?
Yeah, that could be. And that's why this is very early. And I can anticipate more charges going, depending on what they find and motives and maybe other connections that they have. There may be a terrorism charge down the road, depending on if there were any groups that were involved in this. And that's what going into his background and search warrants that are going to be conducted at his residence and possibly other residents as well, maybe to get a handle on if anyone else influenced him, if there was anyone else in the planning of this. So there may be, if anything, possibly a terrorism charge down the road.
And when it comes to security, there's, many are saying there was very high levels of security. Of course, if he was in the hotel, that be one way he was able to get to that checkpoint. The president tonight also saying, today we need levels of security that nobody's ever seen before. What might that look like going forward?
Yeah, you may start to see more perimeters set up before getting to the actual event on the outside. So you may see more roads closed, more perimeter checks, even different layers of it. You know, take New York City example on New Year's Eve. You know, before you get to Times Square, there is about 4 levels of security that you need to get to before you get to watch the ball drop. And you may see that just across the board when it comes to security measures now, especially involving the president.
And walk us through what you are watching out for next in terms of how this investigation is likely to plan out. Of course, we did hear FBI Director Kash Patel saying, you know, FBI is already on the ground researching everything, looking through things. We're expecting more charges to come out potentially and more information for sure. But what are you watching out for in terms of what's next in this investigation?
Yeah, what's next is what comes up in the search warrants that they're certainly going to be conducting overnight. And they're going to get search warrants for all his digital, you know, footprints, his phones, his computers, anything like that. So you're going to get a really deep dive into what he's been doing in his life for a while. And I guarantee you, because it always happens, there's going to be a diary. There's going to be a manifesto somewhere that pops up, maybe not today, but maybe down the road, that may explain this even more. So you're going to get into that on top of also the FBI and the police are going to put together a timeline of, you know, just events that happened in this individual's life leading up to tonight. And that's going to give a pretty good view of what he's been doing or contacts that he's been involved in leading up to this evening.
Now, the FBI has reported that various divisions, such as the Criminal Division and the Crisis Response Team, are all working on any leads. What kind of leads could they be looking for? You talked about, of course, investigating his background, who could have motivated him, all of that. But what are the other avenues perhaps here?
Yeah, you're going to get, I mean, they're going to get flooded with leads. This is just what happens. And that's why you have certain teams just dedicated just to that, just to fielding tips that are going to come in. And some of them are going to be people who knew him, people who went to school with him, people who might have worked with him, and giving their opinions about what he is or his feelings about certain things going on in this country, particularly about the president. So those are the leads kind of I anticipate. You may get leads from other departments that may recognize him, that may have had run-ins with this individual. So the leads are going to be kind of all over the place. And that's why it's great that they have already stepped up and given that to 2 different units to handle, so the other investigators don't have to be boggled down with that. They can continue doing what they're doing, and the lead section is going to take care of that.
Now, the man who was apprehended was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. What can we infer from that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious about the handgun. The shotgun are very, I don't want to say easy to get, but much more easier to get than a handgun. So where that handgun came from, who owns it, serial numbers, track that gun. ATF is going to be involved in that, I'm sure, with running down every part of that handgun and see how he obtained it. And that's going to be another big part of this. Did someone get it for him? Is it somebody else's gun? So that's what I mean, like down the line, other steps with this investigation are going to come through. Probably by morning, you may see a couple of changes when it comes to this case.
And when it comes to the Secret Service, President Trump says that Secret Service did a much better job than Butler. Of course, Butler was an outside event. What is your thought on that?
Well, he's going to know because he was involved in both of them. So I think the Secret Service did a phenomenal job tonight. They stopped the threat immediately before it got to where it became a real problem. And then, like I said earlier, the speed that they cleared that room and got the principals out of there, off of that dais and into a safe area was just tremendous. But that's what they do. And the opportunity was there. The threat was there, and they reacted the way we all hope they do.
Now, talk to us about how complicated it is to secure a space like this. President Trump, of course, saying that this is why we need that ballroom, because it can be more secure. There was other reporting that today was already quite secure, but talk to us about that process.
Yeah, when you're dealing with a place like the Hilton, and I've been there numerous times, I'm actually going there in a couple of weeks. You know, you have a event that the president is attending, but is also still a working hotel where there's other people there for other events and staying there maybe on vacation or whatever they may be doing while they're in Washington, D.C. So you have to take that into account as well as the area. You know, people are going to come and go out of that hotel just because they have other things that they're doing, not just the news correspondents' dinner. So to secure an area like this is a monumental task. And you need multiple agencies to deal with that. The FBI, Washington, probably other government agencies that were tasked to do certain things with the security of this place. But it is and it's a huge hotel. I mean, it is a big campus. It is a big area. And there's a lot to do there when it comes to the security of this hotel.
And right now, of course, authorities are saying that they are sure this is a lone wolf. How do you think they can be sure, given how early it is in the investigation so far?
Yeah, I think at this point they're hoping, because maybe every indication they have one guy. They may have done a really quick dump into certain things about him that are leading to that. But like I said, this is very early in this investigation, and it could change in the next couple of hours. It could change by morning, and we're just going to have to let the Secret Service and the FBI do their job and see where it goes.
And President Trump asked all Americans to recommit with their hearts in resolving our differences peacefully. Do you think this could bring some unity to our country?
It may for a little while, but you look back at Butler, you know, when he actually got hit by a sniper, and that lasted for a couple of days. And now this is the fourth attempt on his life. So that is, we're going to have to see and wait, but you hope the temperature just comes down, because it's at an epic level right now where you're giving these individuals fuel to act like this. You know, they think when they look on TV and they say elected officials going at the president and calling him what they call him every day, and you have like-minded individuals that are teetering on just thinking a certain way and then acting a certain way, thinking they have people in their corner and they have supporters about what they're going to do. That's very dangerous. So that is a big reason why the political temperature and the political violence just has to get to a point where it stops, because if it doesn't stop on the rhetoric level, the actions are going to keep happening.
Well, Tom Smith, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me. Have a great night.
And we will be giving you more updates after a very quick break. Stay with us.
Introducing the QuestWise Soothing Herbal Eye Patches. It comes with 30 pairs and can be used to help combat tired and strained eyes. The natural herbal formula provides a cooling, minty, and refreshing effect that stimulates natural tears and awakens your tired eyes. Placing the eye patches around your eyes helps to reduce dryness and massages acupuncture points. They can be worn while reading, studying, using electronics, and provide hours of long-lasting relief.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritang green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9. The highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Puritan green vegetable omega-3.
Kids love it. Parents trust it. Obviously. Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjiong Campus courses led by expert educators. This is spectacular. Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more. Wow. All while having fun. Perfect. Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade small batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
And welcome back to our special breaking coverage. President Trump just gave a briefing at the White House press briefing room. He described what happened earlier tonight. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent.
And an emotional moment unfolded backstage at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as attendees waited for more information about the incident. Erica Kirk, wife of Charlie Kirk, was seen running through the area in tears, saying, "I just want to go home." That's according to a poll report. She was escorted out of the building as guests were being held, and security continues to assess the situation. And here's a clip of Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, describing what she experienced immediately after the incident. Take a listen.
I'm at the Washington Hilton. I've been taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way. He will be in charge as soon as he gets here.
And the shooting took place at the Washington Hilton. It's one of the most well-known event venues in the nation's capital. President Trump has boycotted the dinner throughout his first term and also skipped it again after returning to office for his second term. The last time he attended before that was in 2015. It's a major hub for high-profile events. The venue regularly hosts large national gatherings, including the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. The hotel is also a historically significant location. It's the same site where President Ronald Reagan survived an assassination attempt back in 1981. And we do now have with us NTD's Washington Bureau Chief Steve Lance and White House Correspondent Iris Tao. Thank you both so much for joining us. I think we actually have Mario Tsu with us there. You were both inside the room as this happened. Steve, I want to start with you. What was going through your mind when this was all going down?
Well, of course, Tiff, I don't think any of us could have imagined that something like this was going to take place. Security was extremely high. You go through the metal detectors. Once you make it through that point, you really feel pretty safe, and that, that's pretty much the last thing in your mind, especially indoors, right? It's one thing in Butler, Pennsylvania, but we're indoors at the Washington Hilton, right? And so when it started to ring out, we're sitting inside at the table, and we start to see, or I saw, everybody's experience was different, a Secret Service or a plainclothes police officer draw his gun, and it appeared like he was firing it, but in the sort of fog of war, if you will, and the chaos in that moment, it was hard to tell. You started to hear glasses smashing everywhere and people taking cover under the tables. And then what unfolded sort of after that was a totally different situation.
And Mari, we also have with us Mario Tsu, our White House correspondent there. I saw you posted about this online. Talk to us about that moment. I can only imagine how terrifying it must have been. What was it like in that moment?
Sure, Tiff. Yeah, so to Steve's point, it was first, for me, utter commotion. Of course, we'd just begun our first course there, and a lot of us were just, still eating, getting acquainted with everyone else who was seated at our table, and it was quite loud. Everyone's mingling. There are people getting up and walking all around you, and it's there's quite a spectacle aspect to it as well. All of the cabinet members are there, and so everyone's, looking around, trying to recognize folks. And I do hear, though, about 4 or 5 shots ring out. Now, unfortunately, we know I covered the National Guard incident here that happened back in November, and I have, unfortunately, in my life been exposed to gunshots. I know what they sound like, and so immediately I'm aware that something is off, something is wrong. I turn my head back to the back wall of the ballroom, where I see commotion but don't really know what's going on. Some men are, it looks like pushing people out of the way. And suddenly I see everyone around me screaming, dropping to the ground. A woman at my table, running under the table and holding herself under there. A lot of other women around me starting to cry and scream. And in a couple of seconds, I myself to get down beneath the table. But I'm trying to peek my eyes. There's the kind of first gut reaction side of me, but then there's also the reporter side of me. So I'm trying to peek my eyes above the table, and I just start to see Secret Service literally running on the tables, breaking glass as they're trying to get to the front. I wasn't able to see President Trump. I know he got to safety very quickly and was escorted out of the room, but I did start to see, and as people started to peek their heads above the tables, the FBI director, Kash Patel, and others being escorted out. So it was a moment just of commotion and very terrifying, and lots of people around me were, crying and screaming. So yeah, just I think especially, really, really frightening given the prior precedent with the president's assassination attempts, and this more recent one in Butler.
We did hear President Trump talking about that in his press briefing, also saying that Melania, of course, First Lady, knew what happened immediately, right? She's been quite afraid for him. Steve, I want to go back to your earlier point, if I can, where sounds like a lot of confusion in that moment. What happened right after? What were people talking about? Was there chaos? How did all of you exit the building?
Yeah, there was, I think, a lot of shock. A lot of confusion when we were initially down there. And as we're, sort of gathering our thoughts and coming up above the tables after being under the tables, you start to see, like Mari said, the different cabinet members. We saw the FBI director being whisked away. We saw the defense secretary or, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth being taken away, RFK Jr., the health secretary, there were members of Congress there that were, being escorted out. It was really sort of a surreal, bizarre situation, a real sad situation. And to your point, Tiff, you mentioned the First Lady. We then, eventually, there were different phases. We stood around because we didn't know if it was going to resume. The president had truthed out that possibility. And then, as time went by, he put another truth out saying that that was not going to be the case. And so, but there was going to be a press briefing at the White House where we just came back from right now that, the viewers have been watching on the program here, the president, speaking from the briefing room. And he was flanked in, most of the shots you can see the FBI director, but he was flanked by the First Lady. And she sort of struck me, there was a certain level of calm and strength. And I think it was pretty symbolic for her to join the president in the briefing room tonight. It was a symbol of, deterrence and basically saying that we're not going to be, shut up or change the way that we live because of these types of acts.
And Mari, expanding on that, because I know you also covered the Melania documentary, when it first came out, and the First Lady talks about her concerns and her fear for the president's life in that documentary. From your vantage point in whether it was the White House Correspondents' Dinner or in that press briefing room, did you have a sense of what perhaps the First Lady was going through? Because to Steve's point, it's pretty rare to see her in that room flanking the president.
It is indeed. And she was actually asked just before the briefing concluded if she wanted to, I believe Peter Doocy Fox asked her if she had anything to say, and she did decline it, but she did so with eloquence as usual. And she was it was actually quite a sight, all of them, lined up there. And it, as usual, it was unusual. The circumstances of this briefing. A lot of the reporters there had just run over. It was raining. They were all still in their black tie, but also just to see the cabinet members up there together, a lot of them wearing darker colors too. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in this black sparkly dress. And this is, she said yesterday, telling reporters at the White House that was likely going to be her last gaggle. And here yet again, she was pulled back into the thick of it. She's about to have her second baby potentially next week. And the real theme of the briefing to me from the president's point of view seemed to be unification. I mean, he used the word unified multiple times. And the first question, which was by, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, Weija, was one of what was going through your mind. And he just said, that this is a moment where we need to be unified. This transcends kind of partisan lines. And I remember, after Butler happened, the president was asked, about how this might, how he's thinking about this incident after it happened. He said, I think I was saved by God to make America great again, something to that effect. And I did feel, that the message was one of strength and also of forward movement. He was asked by yet another reporter if this, changes anything, I guess, with all of the things that are happening right now with Operation Epic Fury, and the news of that coming out earlier today. And he just said, well, he can't think about that. It's just about going forward. And indeed, he plans to, he says that within 30 days, he wants to reschedule this event. He himself, apparently it was on recommendation of law enforcement that he, didn't continue with the dinner tonight. So I saw it to be very symbolic, all of the cabinet standing there, but also, of course, that the First Lady herself was there standing next to the press secretary, and she was, a symbol of grace and dignity and strength standing there and needn't say anything to convey that message. So even though she ultimately didn't speak, she did speak by not doing so.
And Steve, speaking of strength, the president saying that, the rescheduled event will be bigger and better than what was supposed to take place tonight. Now, the president praising the quick and brave actions of the Secret Service and law enforcement. Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel both saying that we saw the worst and the best of what America is tonight, the best being our Secret Service, our law enforcement, the way they sprang into action. Talk to us about what that was like, watching the Secret Service and law enforcement spring into action, and if you believe with your pulse in D.C. and what's happening there that this could be a moment of unity going forward.
Yeah, I mean, two things packed in there. I mean, I guess first I would say when he did gesture to Wei Jia, who is the president of the White House Correspondents Association, at the briefing that there will be another one, he sort of gave her a nod. It's going to be bigger and better than this one, right? So I guess we'll have to wait and see where it's going to be. He also did say and made a point to reference the ballroom and how important that ballroom is, that has come under a lot of political fire by a lot of his detractors. And he emphasized the safety of it. Had there been a ballroom there at the White House, chances are the White House Correspondents' Dinner would have been at that ballroom that would have been fortified. Obviously, nobody from the outside could have gotten in. So he did take that chance to mention that. And the other thing, too, is, there were multiple questions. I'm sure everybody's watched the briefing by now, but this really might be an inflection point for the nation. There's been how many assassination attempts on President Trump's life in the past year and a half, 2 years? I think we're going on, 3 at this point? And so the question, that one of the reporters raised was, sort of directing these types of things toward the president, like it's his rhetoric. But I think the radicalization of the people that are doing this needs to be addressed. We were walking up and approaching the dinner tonight, Tiffany, and it was broad daylight, obviously a big security perimeter, so we had to walk a few blocks. And our other colleague, Iris Tao, was with us, and she was trailing behind a little bit because she had high heels on. And there was just some random guy that walked by and cursed at her in a very aggressive, radical way. And that was just simply because she was making her way to the White House Correspondents Association dinner. These are really unprecedented times. And I think if we unpack and ask ourselves, why is that happening? I think, ironically, the media actually has a lot to answer for when it comes to toning down the rhetoric. It's a two-way street, and the media has, chosen a side oftentimes, and, they may need to reassess the way that they cover the president and things around the president to see if, there is a way to turn down the temperature that these types of things don't continue to happen.
Mari, expanding on that, the president was speaking on that a bit tonight in his speech, saying how tonight's event was for free speech in our Constitution. He also praised the press, saying they've been quite responsible in their coverage of what happened tonight. Being in that room in the press briefing, was there a sense that the media was more unified in terms of how they might be covering stories going forward?
I don't know about going forward or what the future might hold, but certainly tonight in this moment it did feel, and I think that this is often the case when there's a collective traumatic incident, there's always this opportunity for people to come together, and I felt that tonight with everything from the moment, that there were those, that shots rang out in the ballroom. Everyone's first thought is certainly not one of polarization, but it's to make sure that everyone's safe around you, and so that really that human instinct, I think, is to protect oneself and to protect others around you and to make sure that everyone's safe. And so I do think incidents like these really give everyone a second of pause. I mean, I think the quintessential one that people might think back to is 9/11, and just what comes of experiencing something like that together. So in the midst of a traumatic incident like that, there is always this opportunity for a kind of therapeutic or collective reparative response. And I certainly felt that not only in the ballroom and everyone, then wanting, of course, to get fresh information, but also inquiring about how everyone's emotional state is there at the Hilton. And as we said, as information was still emerging, everyone is just kind of milling around in the lobby, but there's kind of this quiet, this sense of goodwill. And then we saw, as Steve and I were making our way to the briefing room, lots of other reporters, women reporters running in their high heels and men in their tuxes trying to get there, and the line, the longest I've ever seen it to get into the briefing room, in a packed briefing room. And so certainly there was a sense of unification there. And I think even the president of the White House Correspondents Association, her first question, was one of just inquiring about, what was running through your mind. And it certainly, I was able to hear on my way, Weijia talking about, she was seated right next to him, and I think in conversation with him at that very moment, it sounded a little bit like her voice might have been shaking, recounting that. And so I think in that moment, you don't think about politics at all. The first thing that goes through your mind is, is this human being in front of me okay, and are we okay? So certainly tonight, I can say it feels like there's an opportunity for, or a sense of unification. I don't know if this will hold tomorrow. Hopefully it will. But yeah, I think that these moments have that tremendous opportunity.
And if I could add to that, Tiffany, if anybody knows who Weijia is, which company is ABC or CBS?
ABC or CBS.
I think it's either ABC or CBS. She's their White House correspondent, CBS, and she has quite a history and a track record with President Trump. They weren't always having the most cordial of exchanges, one might say, inside of the White House briefing room. But tonight, the tone and tenor was totally different, as you would imagine, afterwards. So that is, heartening to see. And, just going back to some of the points that Mari was making and what it was like inside of the hall where we were at the Hilton. You have to keep in mind it's the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but it's not all television people and reporters that are there. Like Mari said, she's experienced some trauma previously. Most reporters have been in difficult places, so we're a little bit, more seasoned for these types of, breaking, traumatic experiences. But like I said, not everybody. There were, spouses there. There were people from other industry, other walks of life, and not everybody processes these types of things the same. And you could clearly see a lot of people were shaken by it. And when I say shaken, they were, borderline hysterical. Many people were crying. You could overhear people on the phone saying, "I'm still shaking, I'm still trembling." So we don't want to minimize sort of the seriousness of it. Although everybody was safe, it was really a traumatic experience for a lot of people. And so I think because of the weight of the event, especially those that experienced it, the whole, White House press corps and the media at large was there. It's not just the White House press people. I mean, people from CNN, Fox News, NBC, like the big personalities that are based in New York and have the big shows out of New York were all in attendance here and witnessed this and experienced it. And so it was really, visceral for everybody. So it'll be interesting to see how the media covers the president after this event that everybody experienced. It wasn't like Butler, Pennsylvania, where you had a few beat reporters out there that actually felt it. Our own Iris Tao was there and experienced that. This was pretty much, everybody in the news, consolidated in one place, experiencing this at one time.
Speaking of that, Mari, if I could, FBI Director Kash Patel in the press briefing was saying that the very best unite us in a time of uncertainty. There's a lot of praise on the way Secret Service and law enforcement acted tonight. From your vantage point and what you experienced, is there a sense of that seeing those people spring into action, could that give one a sense of hope that there is something better that could be awaiting?
Certainly. I mean, it was, as I said, my first kind of view of the Secret Service was that very dramatic viewpoint with my eyes just peeking over the table there and seeing them running across tables to get to the front. And to put it into perspective too, this is the most crowded ballroom I've ever been in. So I mean, the distance there was from between them and the back and the president there at the head table was quite large. I don't know exactly how far, but they had to, and the tables are packed too. It's notoriously difficult to kind of get around them. The space in between tables is really not much, and so they were running, and so you hear the sound of glass breaking as they're trying to get up to the front. And I believe, can correct me if I'm wrong, it was someone who I think was later identified as Dan Scavino began to chant almost immediately as this is happening, as the Secret Service is, you hear the sound of glass breaking and they're running, trying to get up there. Very, very goal-oriented. They have one thing to do in this moment, and that's protect the president, but also, and as we heard in the press briefing from the president himself, the higher morals, what is running through their minds. It's not just we must do this singular very proximal goal here: protect the president, protect liberty, protect freedom, protect this whole country and the values it's founded upon. But also, I think Dan Scavino then immediately started chanting USA, USA, which then of course immediately invoked that, I think, very iconic image of President Trump in Butler and his fist, And so I do think that was happening in one track, and at the same time, I'm telling you, I'm still crouched. Half of my body is crouched beneath the table. And I'm seeing, all of my kind of fellow reporters there still, many of them, as Steve said, cowering or still quite scared. And so that there's also just that, I think, human response. There's both that higher, more values-oriented, kind of patriotic, maybe transcendent response, but there's also the very, very kind of one-on-one, are you okay? And both of those are very unifying and uniting psychological responses, I think. The latter just being trying to care about the person in front of me, regardless of where they stand on a political spectrum, which seems so irrelevant, I think, in a life or death situation like that.
And Steve, speaking of responses, President Trump saying that he was going to have a very rough speech tonight. He wanted the event to continue, but he's saying he's going to have a different tone for when the event is rescheduled. What do you make of that, and if that perhaps could be a moment also of unity going forward?
Yeah, I think it sort of reminds us of the RNC, right? The Butler shooting took place, and he still had his ear patched, and very spiritual moment for the president then. And, human nature kicks in, and here we are a year and a half later. He's president of the United States again. And granted, and thank goodness nothing happened here, but it's still a close call. And so, the president recognizes the moment, and he recognizes his position of power and how much, what do they say? A president's words can move markets and mountains, right? So he recognizes that, and he also, as we said with watching him right there on our screen, it was just zoomed in to him sitting next to Weijia, who is president of the White House Correspondents Association, which I think, to be honest with you, I think it was sort of an act of unity just for the president to actually come to the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. As you laid out, Tiff, in Trump 1, or in his first term, 4 years, he never even attended because the relationship with the media was just so difficult and tumultuous, really. And he didn't come last year, but here he is this year, and he's sitting next to one of the people that he's had a lot of exchanges, unpleasant exchanges, one might say, in the briefing room throughout the years. And that was prior to the shooting. So that is progress. And, hopefully after the shooting, it will bring people together even more.
Mari, on that note, we did, as Steve pointed out, saw a very different side of the president at the RNC, well, I should say before he became president again, president-elect at the time, where perhaps that was the side that his family knows, but normally was not the side that the media saw. It was always the very, very strong businessman, and does take a strong leader, right, to lead a nation. The president answering Peter Ducci's question tonight on why he thinks he's been targeted so many times was that he was a very impactful person, or he was saying he was in the same lines as a lot of the impactful people. Going ahead when it comes to that next event for the dinner, perhaps in the ballroom in the future, what are you watching for in terms of themes coming out that, and perhaps a different way the media may or may not cover it?
That's a good question. I mean, to your point and to his response to that question of Peter Ducci's in the briefing room tonight, I think everyone, regardless of political persuasion, could agree that he is incredibly authentic, let's say that, or he doesn't have much of a filter, and there's certainly an authenticity and a transparency that the press secretary is always pointing out, and that she often attributes to, you know, aggravating, I guess, those who might not agree with him politically. And I do feel that, you know, the president that we've been getting tonight in the briefing room is pretty consistent with the one that we see on Truth Social. You know, agree with him, disagree with him. And he didn't share any details about the speech that he was going to give, and said that he, you know, I'm sure that will change given the massive things that are happening in the world right now. You know, I mean, I feel like every week his remarks could come out differently, just given the year that it's felt to have passed in a week. So surely there'll be a lot to look out for there.
Well, Steve and Mari, first, we're just extremely glad that you both are safe, but thank you so much as well for joining us and sharing your thoughts tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will have more updates in just a few minutes after a very quick break. Stay with us.
Introducing the Quest Wise Soothing Herbal Eye Patches. It comes with 30 pairs and can be